Hello, hello, welcome to yet another day. We are on 106 of 301. Definitely making progress. And today we're going to be tackling the URL Shortener microservice. Basically, give it a link, it'll give you a new link in a shorter form. So we're going to create something functionally similar to this one. Let's take a look. So I can post a URL to, and I'll receive a shortened URL in the JSON response. If I pass an invalid URL that doesn't follow the HTTPS www.example.com more roots format, the JSON response will contain an error like error invalid URL. So short, wait. Where do you pass in the short URL? Project URL API short URL, okay, new. Do you put a hyphen in for Google? How does that work? So there's the original URL and there's a short URL. Okay, this one's a bit confusing, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, do you have to put it in here so you're posting? Okay, so we don't pass in parameters or anything. That's where we post to, short URL new. Okay. Invalid hostname, that's pretty cool. So it will actually check if it's valid. That's so cool. URL to be shortened, and you put the URL in. Example usage. I thought we were gonna like be able to actually pass the URL in through some kind of function, but this is more like a is it an API or is it a service? This is always what confused me, because if you're adding it to your own application, you'd be able to go to the endpoint, so API short URL, and then pass in the URL that you want to shorten, and then the response will be the shortened URL, you know what I mean? This one is basically just an input where you post URL, it will post it to this route, and then you'll get the response. And the worst part is this thing doesn't actually give you the new short URL. It's just 545, which is the, you know, the digits that you have to append to the actual domain. Wrong format. So yeah, I'm curious to see how they do this actually. But let's go to our own glitch first. So we can take this and we can just and append this to it, like so. Was it just thread paper? Oh yeah, it was just thread paper. So they have controllers, huh? And they have counters. Yeah, they do use a database. Wow. But they don't specify anything. That's crazy. There's literally no information on this whatsoever. You're just thrown absolutely into the deep end. It's interesting how these projects ramp up in difficulty. It's like doable, doable, doable. Yep. And you don't really want to look at what they're doing because you want to, you know, figure it out yourself. But I wanted to make sure they actually were using a database and not just something else. And they indeed are. So new is the URL handler to add the URL. And then they've got add URL. Oh, they're already checking if it's already been stored. That's smart. So you don't have duplication. where count is where they have get count and increase. URL type string required true, index type number required true. That's for URL entries. Okay, so that's how they process a short URL. Otherwise, URL entries find one index, the given SHURL. rest.redirect data.url. Okay, so I think we more or less know what we're going to do. So models are interesting. Models and controllers. We've never really worked with that, so let's Google these so we understand them better. The MVC. So model view controller, usually known as MVC, is an architectural pattern commonly used for developing user interfaces that divides an application into three interconnected parts. This is done to separate internal representations of information from ways information is presented to and accepted from the user. The MVC design pattern decouples these major components, allowing for code reuse and parallel development. Traditionally used for desktop graphical, okay, so we don't need that. So components, model, the central component of the pattern. It is the application's dynamic data structure, independent of the user interface. It directly manages the data, logic, and rules. Okay, so models, what do they have in models? So they have counters, URLs. Okay. View, any representation of information, such as chart, diagram, or table. Multiple views of the same information are possible, such as a bar chart for management and a tabular view for accountants. And then the controller accepts input. So wait, for views they have stuff like index.html. And then for controller, wrong one, sorry, there. For controller they have accepts input and converts it to commands for the model or view. Oh, URL handler. In addition to dividing the application into these components, the model view controller design defines the interactions between them. The model is responsible for managing the data of the application. It receives user input from the controller. The view means presentation of the model in a particular format. The controller responds to the user input and performs interactions on the data model objects. The controller receives the input, optionally validates it, and then passes the input to the model. Multi-artifact consistency. Lack of incremental benefit. What are the advantages? Simultaneous development, high cohesion, loose coupling, ease of modification. Okay. So models. Models manage or work with the data. Controllers process that data for the models, and the views display the models themselves. That's quite a bit to take in, but I think once we start we'll be fine. So let's start recreating this locally. This is going to be URL Shortener Microservice. I'm just going to call this URL Shortener. So we're going to have so we want models. We want controllers, and we also want, oh, we got views already, so that's fine. Oopsie. Oops. Whoops, oops. So controllers, models, modules. If we will have modules, I don't know, because now obviously things changed a bit. Alright, so we're going to close this. Where's close? Okay, and then we're going to add a folder. We're going to add URL shortener. Go. Gonna have to do quite a few things now, aren't we? But it's gonna be fun. Hell yeah. We also need the other one now to refer back to how we connected to databases. Was it this one? I think so. First thing we need to do is establish a database. I'm gonna go ahead and create that in Atlas. Come on, Atlas, you can do it. There we go. So I gotta create a new database setup now for this. Let's create a new database. And we need a collection name as well. You could delete, okay, provide the people that design this game. Okay, so what do we want it to be? We want it to be, need a name for the database. So that can be URL shortener, I guess. But we'll never be accessing that. So that's just from the backend, if I'm not mistaken. Make singular, collections or plural. Okay, so database name should be singular, but collection should be plural. That's a good option. We could do URL DB. URL shortener DB, there we go. Got it. Collection name. I guess it should be URLs. Well, what would the collection be? Because what are we actually collecting? We're collecting URLs, right? And we're going to display a URL as well as the shortened form. So is URLs fine? What other plural could we use? No, I think that's fine for now. Let's do it. And let's find our user real quick. Access management. Create, find, insert, update. Find, insert, but not remove or update, create, query and write, create collection. Just find and insert, that should be fine. Not remove, not update. Okay, so we got a database set up. Perfect. So we got find insert at URL shortener DB. Perfect. Now we need to make sure that we can connect to the database. So we got mongoose.schema, schema, URL, index. So this doesn't handle the database at all. I see why it's separate. So this handles the logic, and this does the actual, the heavy lifting, if you will. I guess we can also have URL entries then under our controllers. Sorry, models. And then let's refer back to how we connect it to a database, because that's going to be important now. So we did .connect. Where are they connecting then? I think in server. So we're just going to have one server and then have controllers, models, as well as, wait, it was controllers, models, oh, and views, right? Let's go edit our server.js. So we're gonna phase out myapp.js from now on. So we need Express. We're not gonna have that helper anymore. And let's update our package.json as well to whatever the requirements were. The package.json. There we go. MongoDB and Mongoose, of course. And we're going to use this as well in our server. Come on. Wait, why isn't Control Alt working now? It's not Alt, was it Control Shift? It's not Shift by itself. Oh, I'm so used to Notepad++, when you used to be able to select an entire line. Oh wait, I remember. It was Control it was something to do with this. There you go. So Control Alt. Because then you can write on multiple lines. Yeah, so Control Alt. There you go. Change all these variables to constants. And then we need to obviously connect to something specific. And then we also need to compare it to our previous service.json as well. Can I do app.address.port? Will that work? There we go. App.get. Turn that into an arrow function. What's a CWD in Node? Returns a current working directory. Ah, that makes sense. So current working directory /public. That's smart. I need to have to do __ directory name. That's perfect. Express.static. That's all we did. So I could do const static assets. Because then we can just have a neater static assets. So if that's views index.html, would that be main HTML, primary HTML? Because before I used to call it HTML file, and while it technically is a HTML file, it doesn't really specify what it is. And you can't really say index because index can be on any of them. Could do something like const HTML home. Oops, misspelled const there. Interesting. MongoDB. Why is it Mongo, not MongoDB? We used MongoDB in here, I believe. There's Mongoose. Mongoose. But where did we actually define MongoDB? I don't think we did. I like how this route is called Is Mongoose Okay? Is Mongoose okay? It's so cute. Okay, but there's no reference to MongoDB. Why? Either way, I'm changing mine to MongoDB and not Mongoose. I don't think it referenced anything here. No, it didn't. And I need a .env file. There it is. And we are going to need and then we need to be able to connect to that database. Mongo client. Oh, that's pretty cool. Node.js. Okay, so we got a connection string here as well, now that we've got this. Client equal to new Mongo client. Whereas if we used Mongoose, I want to see what the difference is. So that's the native driver. It's an object modeling tool. Ah. To model their data. I see, okay. So let's get the Mongoose documentation up. And shouldn't we be using the latest versions of all these things? Instead of like version... like 4.5.7, shouldn't we be using the latest? I think we're gonna do that for once, because we keep using their old ones. The 5.6.4. 5.6.4 for Mongoose and MongoDB. Cool, so that should be fine. Hey, Holy Hero. What I'm trying to do now is set up MongoDB with Mongoose using the latest versions, because at the time of when they released this challenge, it was quite outdated. I think it's maybe at least a year, maybe 2 years. So where MongoDB is on 2.2.5 in this example, version 3.2.7 is out. So it's quite a big jump. I'm just basically updating the dependencies now. I think we can also go ahead and update Express and everything, because it will be good to know what it's like to use the latest tech as well. 4.17.1. How does that work? Version 5, Alpha 2? .17.1. I guess this was alpha. Who knows how old that is? 4.17.1 being the latest. Cool. So we got Express, MongoDB, Mongoose, course. Let's see what the latest course is. Cool. Yeah, 2.8.5. 2.8.5, and then body parser, and then finally Node as well. Yeah, but in the end, Holy Hero, we're going to be creating a URL shortener. Looks like version 1.19.0. So 1.19.0. Everything is the latest spec Node. What version of Node should we be using, I wonder? I guess we need to see what version is supported, don't we? So if we go back to MongoDB and we see the compatibility, so if we're using 3.1x, what are we using for Mongo? Well, 3. Yeah, okay.
Holy Hero Appy is following the family.
Thank you so much for the follow, Holy Hero Abby. I really appreciate that. You usually want the latest things if you're starting off, if nothing breaks, don't you? It seems version 10 is supported. So we could go to version 10. What's the latest version of Node right now? 10.15.1. So is that how we do that? We just go 10.15.1 and that will run that version of Node. Everything should be updated now, so we should be good. Okay, so we're not going to use this Mongo client anymore, but we instead are going to use the preferred way of Mongoose. Is there a getting started quick guide? Because we know about schemas already, we know about documents and how to handle them. Connection. For practical reasons, a connection equals to a database. Connection.prototype.close closes the connection. Okay. Is there an actual example? It's just an example. Jeez, there's a lot of things to take in here. Let's get the quick start. Okay, npm install, yep, we got that. We got that. Mongoose.connect, MongoDB localhost test, new URL parser. Okay. So now let's go back on our old documentation where we used to connect here. And we used to connect with Mongoose. Yeah, we used to use this. So mongoose.connect. So once we have Mongoose initialized, we have it here. There we go. So we want to use process.env.mongo. We're going to do MongoDB URI as well as use the new URL parser. So that goes in there. Then in our env file, we're going to have to set up MongoDB URI. So MongoDB URI, did I change this yet? I don't think I did. We're going to change this. And we're going to change this to, what was the user that I created for this test? Have a look. And the database name was, go have a look. There it is. And then we just stick that in there. So that's the MongoDB URI. So that's set up and ready. So connect MongoDB URI. Use new URL parser is true. So either, which we haven't set here, so either the process.env port, which we haven't set, or 3000. This project needs to parse post bodies. You should mount the body parser here. How did we use the body parser before? Did we use a body parser here? I can't remember. This was for Mongo and MongoDB. We did use a body parser, but I think it was in a previous project. I think it was this one. Yeah. App.use body parser, URL encoded extended false. So we're going to copy this over. And we need to require the body parser as well, don't we? Cool, so now we can pass the body, we got cross-origin resource sharing, we're serving statics from our public directory, we're serving the index.html file, The other nice to have is the 404. Cool, so that's the basics that we need. Only thing is we have MongoDB, but we never use MongoDB. Let's look at their example. Pretty sure they don't use it. Mongo? Yeah, I don't see them using it, so I don't know why they've defined it if they don't use it. Do they use Mongo anywhere? I doubt it. Yeah, they don't. Mongoose connects and that's it. Do we have Mongo in here? Nope. No Mongo. So they probably just defined it for the sake of defining it. Okay, so I can remove that then. Cool, the basics are ready. So this is going to be our server.js. Why do we have an error? Oh, because we're using the old Mongoose as well. We haven't even updated our packages. So let's go ahead and update our package.json. See what our log says now. Node version 10.15.3. Perfect. Express version 5. Oh, we're removing that to Express version 4.17. Yep. Latest MongoDB, latest Mongoose. Perfect. Mongoose error. The URI parameter to OpenURI must be a string. Got undefined. Oh, right. And in env, we don't have anything in here because we're still editing everything locally. There we go. Now we should hopefully. Hey, no errors. Our app is listening on port 3000. Perfect. So we have our package ready, we have our server ready, and now we can begin. Let's look at the docs for the basic way of storing things. We have a pending connection to the test database running on localhost. We now need to get notified if we connect successfully or if a connection error occurs. Ooh, this looks fancy. Why do they use var though instead of const? A bit confusing. Mongoose.connection db on error console.error bind console connection error. Oops. Successfully connected to the database. There we go. So now we all know if we connect to our database or not. So in our logs, we should get a message. Look at that. Successfully connected to the database. That is so cool. I don't know why that excites me, but when these things work, it's just like, then you know something good's happening. And then we can change the env file and like add a 1 here. And then we can see what happens with the error. Oh, massive error. Connection error. At least we get an error, right? Which is great. Oh, we gotta watch out. Deprecation warning. Unhandled promise rejections are deprecated. In the future, promise rejections that are not handled will terminate the Node.js process. That doesn't sound good. We need to figure out how to start doing this now before it becomes deprecated. And what is our code? It's pity they didn't specify like try catch. If you think I understand anything, you're absolutely wrong. No problem, I'll try to explain it now. Don't worry, I don't understand myself, so this is why we have our friend Google, right? Jeez. 22 people downloaded this person. So mongoose.connect, then server.start, catch error, console error on start plus error stack process exit 1. But what is server in this case? No one specified what server is, or did they? Or is that just a thing? Is that what app is? Do they call app? But we never do app.start, do we? We just do app.listen. But I actually did see something in the package. Start node server.js. Hmm. Yeah, so Holy Hero, what did you start with? What languages are you working on? Okay, I'm not going to worry about this now because it's not deprecated, and I think it's beyond our understanding at this point. I only know HTML and CSS. I know they're not exactly languages. I mean, yeah, they are. They're languages of the web. You serve a static page with HTML and you style it up with CSS. I would consider that a language. Gotta start somewhere, you know? Don't be too harsh on yourself. That's pretty awesome. How are you finding it so far? Yeah, it's good. Awesome. Well, that's good. As long as you're enjoying it, you know, then it'll be fine. So yeah, what I was saying is we're trying to build an application where you will enter a URL into an input field and you'll get a short form of that URL. So let's say put google.com, then you'll get our website / I think I'm gonna go for some random digits. They used increments, so like 1, 2, 3, etc., and stored in a database. I'm gonna randomly generate a string, and we're gonna use that. So right now, what we've managed to do so far is get all our dependencies going, so we can actually get the server up and running. Server's up and running now, and we also managed to connect to our database. Our database is going to house all the information. So we use Mongoose as the driver to connect to MongoDB, and we just do mongoose.connect, the connection URI, and that's it. Here we're just logging the status of if there's an error or not. It's good to know. And then yeah, from here we're gonna have to start doing other things. So I'm gonna probably need a controller. I'm trying to use the MVC format, the models, controllers, and views. So what's the first step that needs to happen? I guess in index.html we're gonna need an input somewhere, and then on click. I'm actually curious how they did it with theirs, because I'm thinking of just doing an on click. What did they do? Oh no, they just did a form action API short URL new method post. We'll do the same. Just chuck that into ours. I don't know where I'm gonna put that yet. Let's put it at the top for now. We can move it afterwards. We can style it afterwards. Form action, it's going to be API short URL new. That's a URL we need to go to. URL to be shortened, URL input, value. We can just keep free code camp the same. Okay, so if we go to index.html, and then we check the live app out, this is what we'll see. Oh, we have no CSS yet, of course. Let us edit the CSS. What? Why did it not save? style.css? We did copy it, yeah we did. And index.html? Oh, because we have server.js. I don't think we updated. Wait, no, we did. Use public. So it's supposed to load public. And app.get res.send file html home. So it is doing that. But why is the CSS not loading? That's confusing. Where's the CSS? Style.css 404. Why? Style.css. App.use public. It is in our public folder. That's so weird. App.use public, express.static, static assets is process, current working directory, public. So why? Why is the CSS not loading? It's weird. Okay, let's go to our timestamp one. And I just want to see what this says. So we do successfully retrieve it here. /style.css, yeah we do. But this one doesn't. That is so strange. Okay, so what's the difference between the way we did it? Express.static. Right. And for us we did express.static, yeah, static assets. App.use public. And it shouldn't matter if I do __ directory name. I mean, we can try. I don't think that should make a difference. No. Something else going weird now. It is style.css. It is in public. We are loading public. Oh. That's why. Why was he using app.use? I think there was some confusion involved. If I went to the public folder, apparently it would work, but there would be nothing in the public folder. Let's see what the issue is. This should just be app.use express.static. I don't know why they did it that way, but this is how we've been doing it. There you go. Now we have the URL to be shortened. We're gonna have to change all of this, so let's not worry about the look because this was based on my previous project. So when you click on post URL, it will take you to API short URL new. So we need to handle that post request. Cool, so now we have our logger as well. So if I try to do something, in our console we'll see post API short URL new. Perfect. So now I know what's going on more or less. Cool. Now we just need the logic, which is I can post a URL to, and I'll receive a shortened URL in the JSON response. So first we need to catch that. And that needs to be done in a controller, if I'm not mistaken. So let's create a URL handler.js, and this thing is gonna handle, well, the URLs. And it's got URL entries as well. So how do we get DNS? Did they use DNS? I think that's built in. I wonder if we shouldn't be exporting Mongoose from the server. But we need Mongoose. What else do we need? We need a schema. Interesting, they use new, but here they don't. They just do mongoose.schema. Maybe they changed that. Oh, they do new schema there. And this is what we're basically going to take. So we need const URL schema equal to new mongoose schema, and we're gonna have the URL first, which is gonna be a string, because I don't think it supports any other types. Well, let's find out. Yeah, no. Okay, so we're gonna do a string, and we're also gonna need So how do we do this? The URL is the URL that the user input. And the short URL. Do we just do short URL? Something like this. So URL and short URL. I think that's good. The URL schema, new mongoose schema, URL, string, short URL, string. Okay, what's next? We need to compile a schema into a model. A model is a class with which we construct documents. In this case, each document will be a kitten, with properties and behaviors as declared in our schema. Oh. That's pretty cool. I wonder if we need this though. Const URL equal to mongoose.model. Oh, because it's constant now. Okay. Const URL equal to mongoose.model URL. URL schema. Did they have it lowercase though? Kitty schema? Yeah, they did. Okay, so now that we have our URL, then we can do each new one. Oh, we still need the required to be true. We need schema type options. Required. Wait, do you pass it in as an object? Oh, the entire thing is an object. Type string required true. I didn't realize that the whole time. Ah, and you can like do things with them, make them lowercase. So type, you specify type as well as what you want to do with it. Oh, you can do it directly. So test string or an object with a type property. I'm gonna make a little note for myself. And then short URL is a string, but we're just gonna copy this. Type string required true. Perfect. So now that we have that and we have that connection, we have to export it as URL entries. Mongoose.model, because we did that mongoose.model, didn't we? Mongoose.model. Oh, so that's an export instead of doing. Now, how did we export before? Instead of const URL, we do module.exports equal to mongoose.model URL schema. And then mongoose.model URL entries. Right. So just like that. And then we can access URL entries from model URL. Is VS better than Atom? I used Atom for a bit, but I don't know, I couldn't really get into it, and I just felt VS was just way more friendlier. Things just work, and there are so many helpful extensions. And I think the main thing is, yeah, well, that and the love that is developed by developers needing and using it. I guess you can try them both and decide for yourself, you know, which you prefer. I came from Notepad++ before, so it's a massive improvement for me. Okay, so let's begin. What's the first thing we want to do is store something into our database. I use Notepad++, just call it. Yeah, well, I mean, if you're using Notepad++, you will be perfectly fine in VS Code. Like, you could just jump now, and things would just work. It's amazing. Like, even for HTML files, you could see. And just get a linter, so an extension. It's already got, like, automatic linting for HTML. But you're gonna probably want ESLint set up for when you do JavaScript. There's many helpful guides out there. Oh, there is a callback. How is that similar to what we're using now? Mongoose.connect, URI, options, then can we just do something like console.error? Error? Would that work? Let's find out. My favorite part of coding, let's find out. So console.error, connection error. And if it's ready to use, then we can do db equal to mongoose.connection. Then we could do db on open no, come on, db.once open successfully connected to the database. Do database stuff here, because you know, why not? So then we shouldn't technically need any of this. And we should connect our database like so. And then uncomment this. So then this should be the same way to connect our database, except now we have a promise, which we shouldn't get that error anymore about the rejection and it's going to be phased out, etc. So let's give that a try. Cool. But we don't get the message that's listening. That's a pity. Okay, that was weird. And yeah, just like databases need love, remember that whoever you are, wherever you are, the people around you, you're loved by and appreciated by them. And if you're going through a hard time, just know you'll get through it. You've been there before, no doubt. And yet here you are today. And I don't think we would honestly be able to appreciate the good in life if we didn't go through, you know, the bad and learn from it. So just keep on keeping on. That's what I have to do each day with these new things. Okay, so why? Const db equal to mongoose.connection. db.once. I think it's an issue with how it connects. So mongoose.connect. Let's see if we get here at all. So I'm gonna make it say got here, so we know that it gets in there. Okay, so got here, perfect. So can we just assume it connected? Oh, here's some events. How do we use it? Because here we go, connected. How do we work with event emitters? So it uses my emitter on. Isn't that similar to what we are using? So let's do db on. I think we just had to change one line. No? db equal to mongoose.connection. Okay, let's log db then. What does db have for us? Because db must hold some information. Does this update at all? We're getting close, I can feel it. Connections inherit from Node.js's event emitter. I'm just going to Google mongoose display event connection. Mongoose equal to require, so mongoose connection. Mongoose.connection, but didn't we store mongoose.connection as db? Mongoose. Yeah, we did. Then why can't we do db on connected? Mongoose.create connection. Create connection. Well, Hira, thank you so much for dropping by. I really appreciate it, and I wish you all of the best with your studies. And good luck with the jump into JavaScript. I'm sure it'll be a lot of fun. and see you around sometime. There's a create connection and connect. What's the difference? I think it might not be updating, so let's do mongoose connection on open and see what we get. Nope. Why is it not firing? So create connection. Let's try that. Yeah, that didn't work either. Ah, it's so frustrating when things like that don't work. Mongoose.connection on error. Maybe it's once. Let's keep trying. Nope. Mongoose, require Mongoose, Yuri. Yeah, we got that. Mongoose.connect. Got that. Problem is that we don't have the promise. Mongoose.connect, we've got that, right? Apparently you're supposed to be able to use this. Yet nothing happens. Doesn't fire when we do it like this, as a promise. Okay, let's leave it on this, but then let's see what happens when we change the password. Does it still handle the promises correctly? Yeah, so it handles the promises correctly at least. So that's good. Great. So that's the entire error. Is this like a name error? Database connection error? Mongo network error? That's an array. So if I do Mongo network error, I guess all we need is Mongo network error, don't we? How about that? And then go to the env and put a 1 there. Database connection error undefined. I thought there was an object on it though. Or is this a string? Because this looks like a... It looks like an object. And then Mongo network error is the key. So why can't I do that? Error.mongo network error? No? That's fine, we'll leave it like that. What sucks is that this isn't working though. So many ways to do this. And apparently mongoose.connect has a callback. I want to test this. See what this does. Please work the way I want you to work. Oh, it worked. Look at that. Oh, so I had to just have it outside of it. And what are the options when it runs? Disconnecting? So mongoose.connection, but why didn't it work inside of it? That's what's weird. This is what it's supposed to do. So it's a promise. The callback to execute when the promise is resolved. So this is what it should do when it's resolved. This is what it should do on an error, as in rejected. So I'm going to mark this for myself. So promise resolved, promise rejected. So why doesn't it do it then? And what if I have it outside of it like this? db equal to mongoose connection, and then do it like that. Will it work then? No. Doesn't work. So how am I supposed to know it connected or not? What if I do db equal to mongoose.connect? Store that entire thing as a variable. Oh, unhandled promise rejection warning. db.once is not a function. Let's try that. So create connection, and maybe then I'll be able to use db. db on connected. Well, let me guess, outside of it? Nope. Doesn't work inside of a promise though, that's the problem. And because it's asynchronous, I can't just do this, can I? As much as I want to. That will give me this error. db on is not a function. And what if we change db on to db once? And what if we change mongoose dot connection dot on so we don't know if it ever connects, because I do mongoose dot connection on connected, but it doesn't give the message. Let's try once open. No, nothing. Sorry, mongoose.connect. Well, there you go. So you have to do mongoose.connect. Then it works. Wait, now can I use DB? Nope. So which one comes first? I want to see this now. Alright, we changed things to mongoose.connect and we did db equal to mongoose.connection, db on connected, and then we're gonna do mongoose.connect instead. Let's see how that goes. So connected to MongoDB, and then the test means we're finished. Interesting, because asynchronous. Okay, let's start storing stuff to our database. So that's why we had person. New person. Where did we use the body parser here? Over here. Request that body, yeah. So we're gonna need this inside of our function. So when you app.post API short URL new, we're gonna have URL handler add URL, and app.get is gonna be API short URL and then we're going to access URL handler. And we need that in our require. URL handler equal to require controllers. Your URL handler.j is perfect. App.post URL handler.add URL, which is a function there. And if it's a get, then it's process short URL, and that we're going to create ourselves now. Cool. So let's make magic happen. That was supposed to be in models. I just realized that. This is supposed to be URL entries. I messed up. My bad. That needs to go there. And then URL handler. We need... What are we gonna need? We need URL entries. We need DNS apparently. This one is add URL. So we're just gonna have add URL and process URL actually. So in server, add URL and process. And we need to export these, don't we? How did we export last time? Didn't I export here? Does module.exports. I think just as an option, an object. Like that. But this should be on a post. Shouldn't I have the body parser then? we should have request and response, request and response. And when I add the URL, I want to know what the request.body is because we have the body parser. I think that was all. What did we use before for the body? Request.body, yeah. Only question is, do I need the body parser in here? Well, we'll find out now. So we need to create URL handler under controllers. Okay, so that's URL handler, and then URL entries under models. Oh my god. There we go. So now, if we post, API short URL new. Oh, we didn't update server.js either. URL handler add URL, URL handler process URL. Perfect. Great stuff. So post the URL. There we go. Object null prototype URL. Perfect. So we got the URL from it. Getting somewhere. Where's the post? There it is. So all we care about is the URL. So we got freecodecamp.org, perfect. So we did it correct. Whew, that makes me feel better. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick 5-minute break. Hold on. Just make sure this is done before I do. Come on, you can do it. Is my thing not updating? Ah, it's not updating. That's annoying. I hate when this happens, because then you guys can't see what I'm doing. Okay, I'm just gonna have to restart my stream real quick. I'll be back like... There we go. Okay, cool, we're back. I need to take a quick... Can I finish this though? I wonder. Because I just want to get some water. But let's see, what do we have? So we have the request. Okay, so let's set URL equal to request.body.url. So we know what the URL is. Where's my log? There you are. Process URL we're not going to do yet, we just got here. So the entered URL. We can actually respond with the JSON object, can't we? We can just do rest.json, something like URL. Actually just URL. So when we go to the page and we enter the URL, we get the URL we posted, and I get the URL there. What were the requirements again? I can post the URL to... Okay, and I will receive a shortened URL. Okay. We should have original URL and short URL. So the response should be actually original URL and URL. And then we also need short URL, was it like that? So then, oops, we should pass that. There we go, original URL, short URL. Now we just need to make that actually happen, and we also need to store this into our database, which we're not doing yet. But yeah, that is something I'm gonna add now. I just want to go and get some water. And then we can do that. Cool. Alright, so I'll be right back, guys. I'm just gonna get some water. It should be less than 5 minutes. Alright, and I'm back. Ah, feels better. Fresh water always helps, huh? So we need to do a node DNS lookup, or we need to see if the URL is valid. So let's see how it's done. Require DNS, we've done a DNS.lookup. The URL, error, address, family. Address, family. Error. Okay, so it gives us an address. DNS.resolve 4. Okay, so as long as we get a response, I guess it's fine. Okay, so let's try this out. It's going to be a lot of testing. So DNS.lookup, we're going to enter the URL. We also need to make sure that the URL is valid, but I mean for now, we're just going to use that. Error address family, so let's see what it does as is. Address undefined, family undefined. Wait, what format does it need to be in? Oh, you need to strip the... Can you not have the HTTP? Does it not accept that? Like HTTPS and all that? Do you have to strip it? Interesting. Let me try freecodecamp.org, just like that. I just want to see if it's something I did. Yeah, it was something I did. Okay, so we need to strip regex to the rescue. Let's go. Let's build a regex. I didn't want to do this yet, but it seems we have to do it right now. So we're gonna have that. We're gonna have that. We're gonna have that. We're gonna have that. We're also gonna have that. And then finally that. I think that's all variations, right? HTTPS, HTTP. Well, actually we can make this optional. I know how to do that. And then without the www. And then finally just the www and then nothing. So we write it out HTTP. The S is optional. What was the selector for optional again? It wasn't an anchor. Is it a reference? No, it wasn't a reference. Optional. Alright. So that's optional. Wait, which character is optional? Like that. There we go. Because it needs to be valid. So that's how you'd get HTTP or HTTPS. The www can be optional. Yeah, for the first regex at least. I'm not trying to escape it. unescaped / oh, do I have to escape it? Select that. www. www. Wait, how do I make the group www dot like that, right? And then that's optional. There we go. So now it's gonna match freecodecamp.org for all 4. And then we just need one for the www, I guess. So just www dot. Is there a better way? Because I don't want to make the HTTPS and that optional, because if everything's no, because it has to be a URL that you enter. So a proper URL will either start with www dot or HTTPS, and that's why we're going to be stripping from the URL anyway. Well, we don't care. We're just stripping this if it exists. So this is our regex. Always get it the wrong way. Case insensitive, global case insensitive. And let's test if it works. Edited URL. URL. Is it just replace? Can I use regex like that? I can't remember. I always had this issue. It either works or it doesn't under a certain condition. Guess we're gonna find out now. Well, I mean, it says undefined free code. Wait, it did replace it. It just replaced it with undefined. Is it because I needed a second parameter in replace? Oh, this is the replace value. So if I put an empty string there, that should be it, I guess. There you go. Edited URL, freecodecamp.org. It worked. I remembered. Yay! So if I do www as well, it should be fine. Yeah, cool. I'm just trying to think, why are we doing all this filtering? Because what happens if they enter something like this? That's not going to match. We'll get, you know. So we need to clean up the whole thing. And what can domains contain? They can contain hyphens. But can they start with a hyphen? I don't think they can. And this is the problem. What if they change the rules? And one day you can start a domain with a hyphen. I don't think you can. It has to start with alphanumeric. If I'm not mistaken. So in that case, shouldn't we be matching everything before a word as well? And what if it's just like WW, like that? It's a tricky one. www is not a valid URL? Yeah, I know. What I'm trying to do is figure out what I should be matching. And by the way, welcome Isaac. Where's it go? Not here! Not here, Isaac. Christopher is, hey! Haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, you defeated now, Isaac. I'm gonna build the regex. So let's see, we're matching that, we're matching that, we're matching that, and that. Now what about this? Because that's not valid. So I don't think a domain can start with a hyphen. I don't think it can start with any special characters actually. I think it has to be alphanumeric. Domain, valid domain, names. I'm sure there's a alphanumeric, yeah, and dashes, but it can't start with a dash. Can it? Or how do I make it not? Like not. Oh wait. Not a word. What was it again? No, it wasn't. Not a word, right, it was the big one. So if in the beginning it doesn't have a word, what was that, wasn't it? But that's not a word, so why is it not? Oh, okay. That's why. Oh, Isaac. I'm just trying to think now. Okay, so the first one's not valid. I cry a lot. Yeah. That's a valid domain. I'm gonna register it now. A lot. Who has the country OT? Let's register it quickly. Okay, so this has to be in the start. Isn't it this anchor start? No? End. That's end. Fuck. What was the beginning? That's the beginning. But why doesn't it match? Why doesn't this match? That's not a word, surely? Is it? What is the rule? Beginning, not a word. Do I have to like group it? Is it because it's like... No, it's not because it's not grouped. In the beginning and not a word. But that's in the beginning and it's not a word. Wait, are the other rules overriding it? Is that why? No, but it shouldn't be because it didn't get matched. Oh, it is. Wait, I thought it was. What the... What the what? Hate this. Okay, go back, go back, go back. Go back to the other side. Why are you not matching them? Wait, did I make an error here? Wait, or? Or. Yeah, I do have an or. So why? I vote for yes. What? So you really want to compile your own RFC 3986 conform URI validation? Yes. Sounds amazing, right, Isaac? Sounds good. We're doing it. Now we don't need to, all we care about is catching this, catching that, and then anything that's not a word in the beginning. I don't know why this regex isn't working. Beginning. Wait, is it because multi-line's not enabled or something? Flag, multi-line. Oh, that was why. Was that the reason? So if this was on its by itself. Okay, there we go. We had it right all along, guys. It's just, yeah. It's assuming we had like a multiple line when we don't. I'm just testing multiple things. Okay, so then what am I doing? It's working, huh? 0, 0. Yeah, but it's not going to match this. That's fine. We're only matching non-alphanumerics. So that won't be matched. We only care about non-valid. So WW is valid. Just 2 W's, but 1 W isn't. What was the why did they allow 2 W's? What's a WW domain? Is a modular? Ah, wait, what? Ha! We got tricked. We got tricked. It's not quite the domain we were thinking of. Oh god, we got deep into science now. This is about protein. www is a subdomain, basically, Isaac. It's the front-facing part of your web page, usually how it's configured in your host. So, like api.domain.com, API is a subdomain, www is a subdomain. So they're non-standard, but they were kind of just configured that way so that, you know, front-facing people that connected to your site, that would be like your public directory. Kind of, yeah, that's how it's configured. So your www subdomain hosts your public directory. But I'm trying to figure out what the www. Well, I should probably put www web domain. That would be better, wouldn't it? This is frustrating. Valid web subdomains. What are the requirements? I'm pretty sure it's just alphanumerics. I just want to double check. Must only use letters A to Z, the number 0. Yeah, so alphanumeric and the hyphen. Cool. If the hyphen character is used in a domain name, it cannot be the first character. Yeah, cool. So I was right. Okay. Each part of the... Yeah, until they change this. Lol. Yeah, so let's start a new standard. dmn.domain.com. Let's start it, guys. Oh yeah, did you see my API documentation, Christopher? Let's check. For my timestamp. What was this one? It's like properly documented. That's why you're seeing the other code there. I just copied and pasted. I still have to change that. I'm not too worried about that. But this is the actual documentation for my timestamp. And it gives you information and examples. No, Christopher. That's a guy, not a girl. Wait, so what were we doing? Okay, so, do I have this right now? If it starts with this, domain, wrong. Domain.org, great. www.domain.org, great. w.domain.org. What happens here now? Isn't that valid, like a subdomain? I think that should still be valid. How does DNS lookups handle subdomains? Does it handle a subdomain? Do we know a subdomain I can test quickly? API dot... I don't know any. Off the top of my head. Wait, I have one. Where's the test? Let's test API dot detmono.com. Wait, this needs to be a string. I want to see if that's if it's valid. It should be valid, but I just want to double check. Yeah, it is. Cool. So, subdomains are valid. Did I do it by 100% by myself? I did everything by hand. Like a lot of people tell me you should do Swagger, you should do this, and I was like, no, I'm not going to learn if I do it that way. That's why even now you're saying, are you really going to go and create a thing when it... Yep, hell yeah I am, because that's how I'm going to learn. I don't use pre-built things. Because otherwise I'm not going to learn. And by the time I know how to fully use it, then I can obviously use something that already exists. Or make my own. If it doesn't, you know, meet the requirements that I need. So it's very simple. I'd have to show you the files now. Actually, let's just go into the timestamp one. Where is my timestamp? Here it is. I got the header parser, but that's basically a copy of it. What I really like about it is that I got it to look like my VS Code. I used the colors from VS Code. I used the color picker to get like the exact colors that my VS Code uses. So if you like, you know, check mine, it's pretty much the same. And then all I did was in the HTML, I used obviously pre-tags and code tags. So for example, specifically with this, the example response, what I did here was, where is it here? So it's got a class of language JSON that has its own style. Then for the keys, they have a class of key. And if you check my CSS for key down here at the bottom, wait, went too far. Where's key? Wait, key? Key's not here? What the hell? I didn't move it up, did I? Did I even end up using key? Oh yeah, here it is. Sorry. Because I had it everything under a namespace. So here's the color for key. So that's the same color that VS Code uses. And then for each type, so like integer or string, I gave it a class. So if I knew that was going to be an integer, that number, I gave it a class of integer. And then in the CSS, integer has that color, for example, or string has that color. So it's very simple. And then for the tables, I had an alternating one. So all of them had one specific background color, but then the row alt had another color. So then if you look at the alternating colors, I just chose a lighter version. But in hindsight, I just realized now that that is the same color as that. Oof, I didn't realize that. But I mean, it kind of works. It wouldn't work if I didn't have this border here. So that's probably something I have to reconsider. But because it's like a little template that I made from API styling, I can literally just copy this and include it. Whoops, my bad. I can include it in another project, like this whole section. Because all it is the tables. And then for this, the little button, I literally just have a label and I gave it a border radius with some padding so to fill it out. And then for each type, so I only have get, but if you add more, you'll give them different colors. I just change the background color. So for get, it's that color. That's why it's like a darker purple. So yeah, it was fun. And like figuring out how to do it, because now I've made my own little framework for it and I can easily just incorporate it into another project. And eventually I want to create a creator for it, so like one click, boom, and it's done. Christopher's words, you say you never do things by yourself. You could just grab it from someone else who already did it better. But you see, here's the thing, I don't think someone else can do it better than me, because I know how I want to do it and it doesn't exist. See? Valid point, right? So either I have to use it based on the way someone else did it, or I can just do it the way that I want to do it and just use that. But I did it specifically just to learn. That's the only reason I did it. I wanted to know how to do it. And I'm happy with the results. They're okay. They got the job done. And it's a bit overkill, because I don't know if you remember when you did the project, the only requirement is that you need an example. You're not supposed to document it. And I wanted practice with API documentation, because I know that's something I would have to do at some point. But yeah, simple enough. It wasn't really hard. This stuff's like different, hard. Anyway, did we solve the problem? I think we did, right? All valid domains are fine, or catch www. Subdomains we've already established are fine. So now I just realized something. www usually is the same as the main website, right? Because I already told you guys that www is a subdomain of the domain, and usually the www is the same as the domain itself. There might be some cases where it's not, but that would be very rare. But now I'm like considering if... I don't think we're going to match www, because Node can handle it. If I do www.detmano.com, it should be able to get the domain. Yeah, the address is fine. And if I enter something else like WWF, which I definitely don't have, the World Wrestling Federation, I don't know what will happen. Yeah, we get undefined because it doesn't exist. Great. Okay, so we can keep the www in there. We don't have to strip it. Because for DNS checks, we don't need to. That's all I needed, is a way to ensure that it's valid for the DNS to check it. So, it's either HTTPS or that. So let's go to our editor now. The regex will be changed slightly differently. It will be either that... No www. No www there. Because then I'll match anything. And let's actually try it one more time. Because I don't want to, you know, have some kind of issue. Okay, so this will remove the HTTPS is great. It will remove the random junk. So we'll end up with valid domains. And if you guys are sitting here thinking, but w.domain is not valid, remember it's a subdomain. It can be any amount of characters, alphanumeric. So it can be a 1, it could be a W, but it can't be a hyphen. What if it's dot? Yeah, okay, so it does remove the dot from .domain.org, which is not valid. I wonder what would happen though if it's empty. I think it's invalid. You can't do dot. Actually, what would happen? Yeah, it's invalid. Okay. So we got the regex we need. So now we need to replace. So URL will equal to request.body.replace regex there, and then we need to put that there. And then DNS.lookup URL error address family console.log address family. I wonder what error is though. Where does it log error? I want to log error. And I want to give it some like random stuff. Oh, what happened? What did I do now? Oh, because I needed request.body. Because we're doing destructuring. There we go. Okay, try now. So we got address, and we got family, and we got an error of null. Now let's give it an actual error. Where's the URL? Bob.com. There. That should not be valid, right? What do we get? I want to know what error we get. We get error E not found. So we can either, can we do an if error? Well, we can compare to error number or code. Let me check. Let us do if error. Oh my god, got an error. Else. Gonna stick that there. Gonna stick that there. So doing a valid URL, we get an address, cool, give it a bad URL, and we get, oh my god, got an error. Cool, I think that's good, right? Like, would you guys change anything? Original URL. Why are we stripping? Oh, we mustn't strip it. We must give the user the original URL. Where am I storing original URL? Oh, there it is, URL. I guess we can do request.body.url to get the original URL. You know what I mean? And then short URL. That would be the best way. I don't want to have two variables. Because then that way we'll have the original URL that you put in. And then the URL that we have is the internal URL that we're working on. Okay, so if error. Why am I writing in here now? Okay, URL is valid. Proceed to add it to the database. So now that we know that it's valid, now we need to add the stripped cleaned URL if it passes, which it does. Now how do we connect? I'm going to rather refer to the Mongo documentation because the stuff here is pretty old in their examples, in the free code camp examples, that is. And since we're using the latest version, maybe they've changed something. So we know about models, we know about documents. We already have a document. So there's .save, that I remember, and there was add and all those things. Is there something in the quick start where we can just literally just create a new thing? Wait, you saved and queried? Where the hell did you save? I didn't even notice that. What? Am I blind? Fluffy.save. Oh. But we still haven't saved anything to MongoDB. Each document can be saved to the database by calling its save method. The first argument to the callback will be an error if any occurred. Error. And then fluffy. Oh, that's what you're saving? How do we store it now? We have to create a new object. And from that, from what I remember was... We have URL entries. We've already included that. So new URL entry. We have to create of a new instance. Was it URL entries that I used? Was the document a URL entries from the model? Oh, I didn't make it capitalized, so it's URL entries. Okay. But that will be capitalized because it doesn't start with it. Okay, so new URL entries. That sounds bad now. They did say you need to use plural. Oh, because it's based on URL entry. So URL entry will be part of URL entries. And then we need to... We're gonna pass... Let me do it outside of this rather. Should we call it URL object? And then we're always gonna have a key of URL, aren't we? With the value... Well, it's gonna be URL, so... If it's valid, hold on. But we're removing HTTP. Well, that's fine, because we can always add it afterwards, can't we? This is actually perfect. Then we don't have to worry about if www dot is the same as HTTP dot, you know what I mean? It'll always be the same. So we can just store it as URL. And then we need the random, well, the short URL. What did I call that? Short URL, literally just like that. Okay. So short URL is gonna be this is gonna be a function call. Just remind me to actually make a function call. My idea was to create a function that will generate a random string of 6 characters. I think that should be enough, right? Between A to Z. So almost like a password generator. And then that is going to be the short URL. So we have to call this function. The only issue now... Okay, now I got it. I got it. Function generate short URL. Do we like all caps or not? Because URL is all capitalized, right? And it can either be URL like that or URL. Let me know what you guys think. So this needs to connect to the database first of all, and it needs to find if any of our stuff, but anyway, let's not worry about that for now. Let's actually work on generating. I've just checked your timestamp, Max, and it passed all FCC tests. Thanks. Yeah, I used the external tester because FCC doesn't have one of those tests. I appreciate it, Christopher's. How would you rename? How would you name this? Would you name it generate short URL with the URL? Because you know uniform resource locator is all caps, or would you name it like that? My only issue is that's not valid because it's a abbreviation should be all caps. And the thing is, this is kind of like camel case because generates lowercase, then S is capitalized, then U because it's one word. It would be URL. What do you think? Generate UR. Is that a URI? Is that an I or an L? Now I can't tell. And it's not a URI. Are we gonna just go for URI instead of the subset of URL? Uppercase I. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Only issue, wouldn't URL be more specific, Christopher's? Because that tells us exactly where to find it, and it's a link. It's not a protocol. URIs are usually for protocols. Like when you connect to the database, you have like database name, :password. You know what I mean? That would be a URI. Whereas the URL is just a link. All we're doing is shortening links. We're gonna have to specify all the characters that we want, don't we? I think I've got an idea what I want to do. Oh, is that you, Christopher's? But I was using this one, which is the one that you have. This is not the same as your one. This is the one I've been using. Someone else already did it. Exactly like yours, surprisingly. Oh, it doesn't have all the projects? Oh, nice. So yours has all the projects, so you just updated this. That's cool. What has 1 to 5? And the ISQA. Oh, you mean it doesn't have like stock price checker or anonymous message board? Oh, I see what you mean. Cool, I'll save that one too. I'll have to figure out which one to use. Name this one updated. Thank you, Christopherus. Anyway, what was I trying to do now? Yeah, so you added that, that's cool. So let's get a list of characters. So this is going to be our characters, right? It doesn't look any shorter though, so I might end up dropping that. I can't. Okay, so let result. So that's going to be an empty string, and then we have a for loop. How do you do this? I haven't done a for loop in such a long time. I less than I less than 6 because I want. Wait, how many characters did I say I want? I know, right, Christopher? I was just thinking to myself afterwards. Less than 6. That will give me 5, right? And just I++. Then what are we gonna do? Result plus equal to. So our character array. Get the character at. We need to get a random character. So we utilize math.random. What do we times it by? The amount of characters that we have. Wait, why can't I just then do oops. Characters.length, right? That'll be much shorter and then we can get rid of that. I don't want to generate a unique ID, I want it specifically to be the characters that I specify. I need to floor this, by the way. Math.floor. So math.floor, math.random times characters.length. Does this create an infinite loop? Let me just make sure. I is 0, I less than 6. Fine. I plus equal to 1. Since you don't want me to use plus plus. But I can use plus equal to there. Because you know. So then we're going to return result, right? Collusion? What do you mean avoids collusion? What do you mean by that? And then we could get rid of this. Okay, let's test this. Oh no, I won't. I've got an idea for that. That's why I said I first want to generate a random string. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, because it's 0 based. Okay. Less than 5. Because then it goes afterwards. Well, it depends on the order. So that will give me 5 characters. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. You want to calculate the odds? How many available short URLs can I make out of this? Because you have to basically multiply each one by either lower... Fuck. I can't even do the math right now. But I think we have a lot of URLs that we can serve unique. Now the next step is... two steps. First step, store it in the database. Which is generate short URL, right? That will return a string. Perfect. That's the URL object, and that needs to be a constant. And then new URL entries, I should be able to just do something like this. Wait, what did I just... come here. URL object, which will be URL, short URL. Perfect. And then we need to do... Oh, my app won't crash because we will solve this like a boss. So new URL entry, so we got it, right? Now we need to save it. So then we do new URL entry dot save. I think it was just save, right? Dot save function error and the object. Okay, so save. So error goes here. So it's a function. Error. I used error and data before. And actually, can't we just turn this into an arrow function? There you go. No, come back here. I want to know what error is, and I want to know what data is, just for now. Because I think I know what it is, I just want to make sure. Error is already declared in the upper scope, what? Oh, that's bad, but that's another error. Okay, let's test this out. Okay, error. Good job. User is not allowed to do action insert. I thought I gave you permissions. Didn't I give you permissions? Pretty sure insert is one of them. Let me go double check. Database access, FCC URL shortener, add URL only, find and insert. Yeah, it has find and insert rules. What is the error? User is not allowed to do action insert on URL shortener DB. Oh, I didn't add a collection. It's URL. That's why. My bad. I changed it. I guess you want to solve this by an extra database query. Yeah, exactly. That's what I want to do. But that is inefficient, yeah. And this is a problem with these pros and these 10 times engineers and all that shit is they expect you to write pro code as a beginner. And then you're wondering what the fuck is going on. So I'd rather write code that I understand for me, not for production, because I'm not writing for production. And when I figure it out, then later I can be like, okay, cool. This is slower. How can we make this faster? Not go like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Let us make the best, you know, app possible. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't make sense. That needs to stop. That bullshit really needs to stop. Because then that's going to chase away people who are just trying to start out as self-taught developers. So I don't care about optimizations. I don't care about speed. I don't care about large scale. What large scale? It's me posting one thing. No one's going to use this. You know what I mean? I need to know how it works. I can't optimize something that I don't even understand. And the only way to understand it is by doing the basics, and that's what we're doing. Keep it simple. Post something to the database, get a response. Okay, so I updated the permissions, so that should be fine now. So can we post? Do we get an error? Is this the same error? I don't know now. Can I do it again? Go again. I get an error. User is not allowed to do action on URL entries. Okay. Read write, add URL. Let's just make sure it's the same database. So add URL only is find insert URL shortener DB. Is that the same database? URL shortener DB, yeah. Dot URL entries. Yeah, and the collection is URL entries. Maybe this thing takes a while to update. I wonder. Collection is URL entries. It should be fine. URL shortener DB URL entries. Find insert. That's the only action or role it needs, I think, right? Unless it needs more rules. Because I don't want to give it full permissions. URL entries. Let me actually create the collection. I think the issue is it couldn't create an entire collection by itself. It only has rights to update them. There you go, it's created now. Is it live? I think it is. Go. But why is it not allowed? User is not allowed to do action insert on URL shortener db.url entries. Why? It has the permissions. Action insert. Am I missing something? Let's go back to the database access. So we got the, wait, let's make sure the user is right first of all. Yeah, so it is FCC URL shortener. It's got custom roles. Add URL only. And the roles stipulate that it can access URL Shortener DB at URL entries. Yeah. Find insert. Why you no work? Why you hate me? So the namespace is correct. Okay, I'm gonna give you one more chance. And then I'm just gonna give it full rights. Because clearly something went wrong with the permissions. Post? Nope, okay. I'll have to look at the permissions some other time. Because I was only trying to give it permissions so that it can update, but not delete. But it's fine. So you're hostile against efficiency and stuff? No, sorry, I didn't mean to appear hostile. I meant in general you get those people who are like, you probably know what I mean because you also started out as a beginner and they're like, you need to do it this way and you need to do it that way, and that doesn't really help you. It like puts you in the deep end and it's either sink or swim, either figure it out or don't, when you know there's another approach to it, which is just get it working, don't worry about efficiency. And once you understand what you're doing, then you can worry about efficiency. You know what I mean? Update. Go. Okay, we are deploying your changes. The moment I see this message gone, then it's fine. And I think, take it from the point of view, Christopher, it's like I've never posted, I've never like edited a database or added to a database before, right? This is my first time with Mongoose and actually putting in data. So it's like someone telling me, oh, by the way, instead of just posting, you should also like optimize it and make sure your data type is this, and you need to make sure that you're running these commands and that and do this. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck? I've never even, like, do you get my logic, or do I need to explain it better? Yeah, now maybe that's you, that works for you, but for me I try to focus on the present now, and when I get to that point, otherwise I kind of get lost, and I've been lost many times. That's why I don't get burnt out. I used to be burnt out in the past because I take so much information in and try to keep everyone's, like, I don't want to say like criticism, but like hints, and then I don't get anywhere. I don't write anything because I'm like, oh, is this right, is that right, am I doing this right? And then I kind of just sit there and I'm like, well, I'm just not going to do anything now, you know, procrastinate. Whereas this way, I'm like constantly doing things, constantly working on projects, constantly learning, and not worrying about is it right, is it wrong, because I eventually get there. And when I'm at the point where I need to worry about optimization, then I can, you know, approach people and be like, hey, so like, you know, how can I do this better? Or like post on Stack Overflow, actually knowing what I'm going to post and not have a poor question. Because, you know, obviously the community judges you based on the question that you ask. So if it's like poorly worded, poorly structured, and I don't even know what I'm talking about, and there's documentation that already exists that I could have read, then I'll just be wasting everyone's time. So for me, this is just, can I just post something to my database? Because that's what I'm struggling with right now. And not worrying about, is it optimal? Is it efficient? Okay, so I got a response. I didn't get an error. So that's a good thing. And I think that is what we're looking for. So if I go to my cluster now, go to my collections. Oh! So this is what I like. When you see success, it's like, it's so good. That's the feeling that I like, when you do something and it actually works. I know you guys can't see this, so wait, how can I show you guys? If I store this, this is what I see. Oops, zoomed in a bit too much. Isn't that cool? So we got our very first item posted into the database. There's the URL that we entered. And there's the short URL. So that was good. And then we just append the short URL to obviously our domain. And that will redirect you there. But now what I'm thinking is we should wipe what was I gonna do? What's something invalid? Test.com with a hyphen in it, right? What happens then? I'd post test.com. Okay, but I don't think we want that, do we? And I actually want to change the name of this. This is called URL entries. The constant is URL entries. But why is it all lowercase in the database? Doesn't it take it off of here, the model? URL entries? Or does it automatically just lowercase everything? Because the database name, it didn't change, but URL entries is all lowercase. Did I mess something up somewhere? New URL entries. URL object. Hey Maxim, how's it going? MongoDB lowercase collection names. I don't want a naming convention, I want to know why it is lowercase. Did I mess something up? Mongoose handles the collection names for you, you don't need to care about this, just use the model. Oh, so is it automatically doing that? Then why is the database name, like here's the example, wait, did I close it? I think I closed it. Why is the database name camel case just the way I created it? Oh, it's probably because I created it on the back end, isn't it? Well, actually the front end. Because you'll see, it's URL shortener DB. That's camel case, but URL entries is all lowercase. You think if I manually create it the way I want it, does it to lowercase everything anyway? So even if it was all caps URL entries, it will still find it? Is it case insensitive? Mongoose converts your model names and names the collections in their convention. Oh, Mongoose. Oh. Okay. So if I want it to work the way I want it to work, then I have to do it. Yeah, okay. I get it now. No! I deleted the namespace! I deleted... I wasn't paying attention to what I was doing. My bad. Now I have to freaking create the database again. Yeah, you would need to do it in pure if you don't want any interference, right? But I mean, it's just one time, so I'm just gonna do it once. URL entries, there we go. I don't care about like the documents inside the collection. We only have one collection anyway, but that's good to keep in mind for future reference. And I'm sure there's like something to tell Mongoose, hey, don't change this. Okay, so now we got it working, but we have one issue. First, if it's invalid, where's our URL handler? So first, if it's invalid, so we entered test.com. This is invalid, okay? But our regex strips it, and then test.com is valid. So do you think we should return this as an error, or should we filter it and have it kind of like more user-friendly? Because I've read somewhere that you shouldn't punish the user, and you should rather do validation on your side. But what if it was part of OH-test and they forgot the OH? Or what if there was an H test, and they copy pasted but they forgot the H, so now it's just test. Now you're giving test.com, but it's actually not valid. You know what I mean? How would we handle this if they entered? If it's invalid, do we just return it? Because I think one of the requirements is if I pass an invalid URL that doesn't follow the format. Okay, I think we got our answer. Yeah. So basically, if it's not valid by default, so then what was the point of my regex? Oh, to use later. Rest.json. So that's the requirement, right? Error, invalid URL. And then, wait, else. This needs to be part of the else. This wasn't part of the else. Rest.json, short URL is now going to be the generated one. We need to actually store generate short URL. Why do I have it like that? Is the requirement for it to be short URL? Where's the requirements? No, it's not. But then why is mine... Why do I have mine like this? Short URL. URL object? I confused myself. Oh, is it because in the database... No, but then I should be storing it like this in the database. Short URL. Then we have to change it in the URL entries as well. Type URL. Short URL. There we go. URL entries, URL entries. Okay, perfect. We've got to remember to update that now. Did I change anything here? No. And this is the last time I'm working the way I'm working right now. I'm just going to create a local node server. Because it's backwards and forwards. It's quickly going to get confusing now that I'm using controllers and models. So short URL is generate short URL. Then we basically pass that. And we pass that. Perfect. Then we need to update URL handler. There. And we also need to update URL entries. There. Perfect. Okay, so if it's invalid, we are just going to return error invalid. Else, if it is valid, we're going to store the URL. Now, what I want to do is, here's my logic. www.test.com is the same as www.test.com is the same as https test.com. Do you know what I mean? Well, technically, if we don't care about the domains or whatever, but if it's to the www, these are in essence the same. And right now, it will store to the database all of them separately, even though they're the same link. So I think what we should be doing is checking if the URL already exists, but now that would be a waste. Because if we check for the URL existing, we have to do it each time. But what if we just pass the URL, as in stripped everything, so we just have the subdomain and the domain? That way, you would never get duplicates. Okay, well, if you want to be technical, https test.com is the same as http test.com. Just one using SSL protocol and one isn't. But they would both be the same. But it will store it in the database as two different ones. Same as yeah. So I think I'm just going to strip the protocol away. I'll leave the subdomain, because then test.com won't be the same as www.test.com, which is fine, because like I said, www is just a subdomain where you would have your public folder for your domain. So by default, technically, this would be the same, but we can't rely on that because some people could have it completely different. They could completely remove www, and therefore it's not the same. So I think just strip the protocol, but then we still end up having duplicates. Technically, someone could present a what? A complete different page based on protocol. Someone technically could, yeah. But what if they don't? Do you think we should just generate a URL based on the protocol? Do you think we just shouldn't touch that at all? You got a valid point there. Okay, but then we can at least check if we've generated that specific URL before. And if we have, we just serve that one instead of making a new one. Wait, there was something I was gonna think of now. What happens if it's uppercase? What does our thing do? I think we need to lowercase everything. Now watch someone specifically make a page be case sensitive. Like, we know we shouldn't do that, but you know, it is case sensitive. See, where do you draw the line, Christopher? Because by that logic, test.com is not equal to test.com, or in the sense of a resource, test.com index.html rather is not equal to test.com index.html. You know what I mean? What do you mean it doesn't matter? I mean, it does matter for resources. I didn't mean this one, that's why I made this example rather. Because these would be the same. So rather ignore that one, that's why I made the second one. These two wouldn't be the same. And we're not linking just to domains, we're linking to the full URL. And from what I remember, are you sure it's a URI? Because URIs contain special instructions as well, like how to connect to a database, like I showed you before. Database name, password, where URL is just going to a specific location without any extra like queries or strings from what I remember. Yeah, but it's not okay, Christopher. It's not okay to lowercase the input, because these two are not the same. I can have a page called index, all caps, and you won't find it if you go here. Some people could do that. Same as like an image. .jpeg extension is not the same as .jpeg with capital J, because it's case sensitive. So you won't access that resource. So like generally the standard is everything should be lowercase, but we can't rely on that. So what do we do then? Because I could be inputting a short URL for a specific URL that is correct, but now this thing lowercased everything and now it's no longer correct. Think even for our sake, for example, we're creating a short URL which has uppercase letters. If we pass that short URL through our thing, lowercasing everything would break it. Yeah, exactly. So lowercase the subdomain and host. That we can do, I agree. Because those don't matter. But now how do we do that? Back to our regex. Let's open a new regex. How do we get the subdomain and domain? We can split by the dots. Let's get these out again. Let's get a multi-line going. Let's see. Wait, no, wrong one. What did I want to do? Find a dot. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, so we just take the rules that we already know. So it has to begin with a word, right? Matches any word, then dot. So that will be the subdomain. So if we do HTTP S optional, www optional w, what did I mess up now? Why isn't this one matching? Oh, because this needs to be optional. But now why is the FR being matched? Oh, because I said every... We need to detect if it has a subdomain. Wait, I don't need the www, I just realized. It's any word that ends at the dot, isn't it? Come on. Don't I need the quantize thingy? No? I'm like trying everything I know right now. So what does the rule currently do? Matches any word character. But why is it matching 2 of them? So if I do 3 of them, will it match 3? 4? Yes, it does. Okay. How do you get 0 or more? Range? It's not a range. Matches 1 or more. So it is supposed to be plus. There you go. But now just until the dot. Oh, which we have. But the problem is... Oh, we need 2 dots for a subdomain. And the way that it currently is now is... It's gonna match a domain as well. Wait, that's what we wanted though. I'm being dumb. We wanted subdomains and domain. Right? So we could technically do it like this. Then we can do a word again. And then it has to follow a /, doesn't it? So this one is optional. Wait, so HTTPS // any word, so like subdomain dot, that can be optional. Oh, that's why, because I don't have a thing here. There you go. So anything dot anything dot anything. Well, alphanumerics in that case, so that should be valid. So what happens if I have forward slash like... Okay, perfect. So if there's a forward slash, will it match a hyphen? No, it won't. Great. So we did it. So that will match the whole thing. You need to escape the dot. Yeah, I'm going to escape things afterwards. I just want to first get it to match everything. So why isn't this matching? So this entire thing needs to be optional. Because maybe they don't include it. There. And that would anyway be invalid. So all this is going to do is match everything and then lowercase it. Does this look correct to you guys? Okay, that's wrong. Already found an issue. How do I make it end at a dot? It needs to stop. How do I make it stop? That's the thing, it's going on. How do I make it stop? Word boundary? I think word boundary, right? No, that didn't work. Is it not a word boundary? Word boundary? No. Oh, do you mean the dot is any character? I thought the dot is specifically a dot. In this one. Oh, you're right. Sorry. I didn't see that. Thanks, Isaac. Okay, so we escaped the dots. I have to escape these anyway, so I'm going to escape those too. So what now? It's still going on. Can I now do the word boundary? No. Because it's going on, it needs to break right there. Once it encounters a forward slash, it needs to stop. It's weird that this one doesn't match. If I add a dot, then it does. Why does the dot make it match? It's not going on, it's reading index.html as a separate word. But why? I thought it will read the entire line. Let me zoom this in for you guys. I basically need to tell it that this is the format that it's going to be in. I can't have it match the resource because you know what I mean. But why is it that it doesn't match this resource? Oh, because the dot. Any word, dot. Ah, I shot myself in the foot there, didn't I? Oh, it has to be in the beginning. This has to be in the beginning. Beginning. There. Solved it. There. So just make sure that this protocol is in the beginning. Problem solved. Then I can't match afterwards. See? Now we just have to fix this problem. Hey Dimitar, how's it going? Well, we don't care about this because it's an invalid URL. We're anyway going to throw a error to the user. So actually it's fine if it doesn't match this. All that it's matching now is valid subdomains and domains. Are there any tests that we can do to make sure this is still working? Seems to be fine. Yeah, it's not matching. Because this anchor at the beginning ensures that this protocol has to be in the beginning. I think we got it right now, right? Are there any other forms of URLs? I just realized now, what about FTP and stuff like that? Would you ever short URL that? You know what I mean? Because now we have to deal with protocols too. FTP won't work. So what if it's anything, but then we don't know if it's a valid... Oh, we actually do know if it's a valid URL. You know why? Subdomain. I want to see if there's... Do you guys know of an FTP domain? Do I have one? Does mine work? Wait, there's an easy way to check. Screw it, let's put it in our script. So let's go where we do the lookup. Where's the lookup? This thing's gotten so big now. I can't see it. Oh, there it is. So let's do ftp.deadmono.com. I want to see if this is valid. And then we are not going to do any of this. And I don't care about the errors that it's going to generate now. Okay, maybe I do care a little bit. Else. I'm gonna break this whole thing just to test this. What am I missing now? Unexpected token. What token? Am I missing a... I bet you I'm missing a... Yeah, there it is. I'm missing one of these. Is there not one of those that I'm missing? Sorry, on the outside. No? If error, else, console log, res.json. What am I missing? Okay, can we get the new log, please? What is the issue? Oh, that's the issue. Okay. Ah! This thing's driving me crazy now, because now I can't look at it like this. Because I'm not used to working outside of VS. If error, else, there's that bracket, which closes that. I'm missing the functions. Oh, up there, you're right. Thanks. I wasn't looking up there at all. What am I missing now? Short URL. Okay, yeah, fair enough. All of this just to test a single freaking thing. I got another error? Oh my god! What error now? Root post requires a callback function. Throw error. Message. Where? What line? Else. If error. You know, I'm spending more time okay. You know what? You know what? Just gonna do this. Okay. And I'm just gonna take the one thing out, which is the database entry that saves it. That's all we're gonna do. Is, whoops, uncomment this out, then I won't save it to the database. There we go. Problem solved. Okay, all I wanted to know was, is it valid? Yes. Perfect. Now that I know it's valid, here's my idea, right? What if we make the HTTPS irrelevant. So it's any word at the colon, right? Because this is not going to be part of what we're matching. This is just going to be what we match to lowercase it. We're going to pass whatever we're given by the user to the DNS lookup, and if that fails, we exit. But if it doesn't fail, clearly it's valid. Therefore, we will lowercase this. So that will match any protocol. That means we'll get ftp.detmano.com. We'll get, I don't know, whatever made up, but it doesn't matter if it's made up, you know what I mean? Because the DNS lookup will handle that. We just care if it's an actual subdomain or a protocol. Because it can also be FTP www.detmano.com, which is valid. See what I mean? Cool, so I think we got it. If you guys have anything that I should test, let me know. But I think that's fine now. Cool, looks good to me. So the regex is going to be this. I'll have to change this afterwards. The URL is going to be passed through the regex. And then we need it to lowercase what it matches. How do I do that? That's the regex. How do I just lowercase? Wait, let's test if this will work. Can I just do request.body.url dot I want to see if that will work. Did I uncomment our database save? There you go. And can I log the URL so that I know? Okay, let's give this a try. So if all goes well now, we should be able to go to test.com/resource/index.html and everything should be uppercase except for the resource stuff. Okay, apparently it's an invalid URL, but what did we get? Oh, we uppercased everything. That's what? Okay, it returned no. What am I missing? Oh wait, I'm being dumb now. I'm literally being dumb. Can do that and then to uppercase that. There you go. Go back, post. Now we get. Wait, what? Where did the rest of the URL go? I matched it. Oh, because I'm removing the whole thing. Can't use replace. Need to use match. And now match does it differently, doesn't it? Because match, you don't specify what to replace, so just regex. There we go. So frustrating. Okay, now? This is not a string anymore, is it? What does match do? Am I logging it? log URL. What have I forgotten now? Match doesn't take anything, it just matches something. Does it return it though? I think that's my issue. Searches a string for a match against regular and returns the matches. Oh, as an oh, fuck. It's an array now. So 2 string, 2 uppercase. There you go. Wow. Let's keep going. Something that was supposed to be so simple. Okay, so there we go. Test.com. Perfect. We just got test.com. So test.com is uppercase. In our case, obviously, we're going to make it lowercase. Now what I want is... That's all I care about. So the reason why I'm doing this is because now it's actually going to be 2 lowercase. I just need to see if it works first, obviously. There we go. And the reason why we have this is because if some user decides, hey, I'm going to post this domain in test.com, all big caps because they forgot the caps lock on, but let's say index.html was case sensitive, or actually let's say resource was case sensitive. I want to only get the domain and make it lowercase because it doesn't matter, case sensitivity doesn't matter, but when I store it in the database, test.com does not equal test.com. That is why we care about make it all uniform. So now if I go post, you'll see we get test.com lowercase. Perfect. And they can enter the big caps test.com, but resource still needs to be capital because obviously that would be valid. Unless they made a mistake, then that's their issue. You know, we can't. There's only so much we can prevent of a user issue. But that is valid. Like someone could have uppercased their resource folder because it is case sensitive. So cool, that works. What's the next step? Now that we have the stripped URL, we want to store URL in our database, which is this. New URL entry equal to new URL entries URL object being the URL, and the short URL being generate short URL. Now the other check that we need to take into account is if a duplicate exists, we need to generate a new one. So let me think about that for a moment. Okay, I think I got an idea. What type of database am I using? NoSQL, MongoDB. Okay, so this works, but before we do this, I wanna get the logic working on ensuring we don't store duplicate URLs. And we're not going to be able to test that if we are obviously randomly generating, because the odds of getting it is quite low. So we're going to make it return either one or another string. Well, actually, we'll give it 3 options. We'll be fair. We'll give it 3 options. And I want to see what happens when it's a duplicate string. Because basically what needs to happen is I want it to log an error first. Yeah, so that's what we're going to do. We need to now connect to the database in... Wait, why is this add URL? Wrong place, sorry. Generate shortcut URL. Here, I want it to connect to the database. We need to establish a connection. So how do we do that again? I think it was find or something. Find one. Connections? Documents? Queries? It was a query? Find. What does it do? Finds documents. Okay, so multiple documents. Because what's the difference between find and find one? I think find one like stops after it finds something, right? Wait, where's find one? Finds one document. They don't really document it well. All it says is finds one document. I'm pretty sure it stops after it finds it. So here's the question. Do we care which one we use, find or finds one? All we care is if it's duplicate. So find will find all of them or keep going. I'm assuming find one stops when it finds the first match. I'm hoping that's how it works, because it doesn't really tell me anything other than finds one document. Okay, so here we go. What is adventure? Adventure is the database, right? Wasn't it URL entries dot find one URL? Wait, no, it's not URL. What did I name it? I think it's short URL, right? Short URL, there we go. Short URL, and that's going to equal to result. What is it? Adventure? Wait, adventure will be... I guess we can just do... Can I do short URL? Short URL. It's being defined already, yeah. No, wait, it's not. Cool. So I think this should be right. URL entries.find one short URL result. If error, got an error. I think error might also trigger if it doesn't find anything, doesn't it? But we'll find out now. Now the logic needs to be... Let's first see if we can even find anything. Do we have anything in our database? I don't think we have anything in our database. So I'm gonna have it generate something. So I'm gonna temporarily remove this. Okay, so that will now store something. Is it gonna call generate short URL? Yes, it is. Okay. Then this is basically not going to work, but that's okay for the first round. So we're gonna put in freecodecamp, freecodecamp.org, post URL. It's an invalid URL apparently. Oh, that's the reason why we are stripping things. Because for the DNS lookup you can't have the protocol. I'm so glad I didn't delete this. So we're not going to worry about invalid characters. We're only going to worry about the protocol. So actually we can do, instead of doing HTTP, HTTPS, we can do the same like we did last time. Was it a word that I did? It has to be right in the beginning. It has to be a word. Has to have a semicolon, and there we go, that's the protocol. So it will strip that. We need that. I forgot. That's why we had that in the first place. Okay, so strip protocol. Do I say protocol regex? I don't know what to name it. Protocol regex? And this one is what? Domain? Domain regex? I guess. But it's also got subdomain, I don't know what to call it. Anyway, where's the regex that we're using? It's this one. So this one needs to have domain regex, and this one needs URL dot replace protocol regex there. Hopefully it didn't store anything in my database because of that. Let me just double check. I don't think it should have. No, it didn't. Okay, cool. Did I update it? I did now. Okay, let's try that again. So same one, post URL. Good. Okay, great. And we got an object, got a match, null, got a match, null. What? When did I tell it to say got a match? Oh, if it's not an error. Okay, perfect. That's if I'm trying to find it. So let's go to our database now. We have... Okay, this is bad. So Mongoose, lowercase is everything. Because I created URL entries and it made a URL entries with lowercase. How do I tell Mongoose to not do that? No lowercase documents. They are documents, right? I'm confused. The collection is the entire thing. Yeah. I don't want it to lowercase. What do I search? Mongoose. So it's a database. Under the database is a... Wait, is it a collection? And then inside the collection is the documents. Mongoose by default produces a collection name by passing the model name to the utils to collection name. This method pluralizes the name. Set this option if you need a different name for your collection. Pluralizes it? Oh, so if I said URL, but how does it know how to pluralize? Entry and entries. Huh. New schema. So I'd have to create it in there. But why is it lowercasing it? That's all I care about. You wouldn't want to name the model entry. You would want to name the model entry and it would name the collection entries, I think. What do you mean by that? Sorry. You would want to name the model. Name the model entry. You mean this one? The URL entries? Because I did name it here, do you see that? Mongoose.model, URL entries. And that's definitely camel case. Well, actually here it's title case. But in the back end it's lowercase. So the solution here apparently is to just add collection and the name. I don't want to do it that way, but I don't know why it's lowercasing everything. Mongoose.model. Oh, it's there. URL entries. The thing. Oh, it's the third thing, so you just do it there when you export it. Okay, well, from everything I'm reading, it needs to be this one. URL entries. There you go. In URL entries.js. So let's go to URL entries.js. And now let's try this again. And if it works, it should post it in the other one, because I technically have two collections now, thanks to it. Did it do it right? Nope, query results 0. Wait, did I get an error? It didn't even post anything. H2NIV. Oh, there, it created it. Never mind, it did. It created a third. So Christopher's, I'm so confused right now. This is my database name, right? And this is my... And this is what it created my document. Well, not my document, my collection. It named it this way. Should it be URL entries? Like this? Or URL entries? Is it camel case or title case? Because the database name is camel case. Apparently you should lowercase collections as a standard. Database can be camel case, but collection should be lowercase. So I'm a bit confused on the naming convention. What I usually do is I name the model in singular. In your case, your model would be named URL entry, and Mongoose would make a collection out of this named URL entries. You think? Okay, let's try it. So I name the model in singular. But this is a scheme. Isn't this a schema? This one? Because there's the model. Or do I have to define the model somewhere else? Or do I do it here? On line 4. Or is it on line 9? But the problem is you create a new URL. Oh, I see what you mean. You create a new URL entry. You don't create a new URL entries. Because that's why when it was confusing here on the URL handler, we did new URL entries. I see what you mean. Okay. You name your schema. And you wouldn't just name it URL entry? Huh. I guess if I'm naming a DB, I might as well also name it schema, huh? Then you know what it is. So that takes URL entry schema. Do I have to pass this in, the model? Do you have to name it? Can't it be done automatically? Oh, you said that you want me to name this to URL entry like that, right? So URL entry is the model. So how does this work? Because now I'm like completely confused. I'm confused between schemas and modules. Well, models, sorry. So a schema is, it's your object basically, a constructor in JavaScript, right? You say this is a key, this is what type of value the key supports. So I get that, and what's a model? Fancy constructors compiled from schema definitions. An instance of a model. Oh, so when we create a new item in the database called a document, it gets created from the model, not from the schema, right? Tang mongoose.model tang schema. Oh. So URL entry schema mongoose.model, that is what it's going to be. It's going to be a URL entry and it's based from the schema. Isn't it like double? Wouldn't you normally create a constructor and then the object from constructor? Wouldn't you do like, you know what I mean? Const animal equal to, you know what I mean? And then new animal dog. You just do it in 2 steps in normal JavaScript. So why isn't it like 3 steps? Because you're creating the constructor, then a model based off the constructor, and then finally the document in the model. But then what's the schema about? Because the schema is also a constructor. URL entry schema, URL entry. So then we need to change things in URL handler, don't we? New URL entry. So when I'm exporting it and I import it here, when I require it, is it URL entries or URL entry schema? Which one am I requiring now? Do you know if I could somehow turn on the color picker in VS Code in non-CSS files too? No, I don't think I've ever seen that. I was trying to see if it pops up. Someone might have made an extension. I think it's only in CSS and HTML. You require the file name. Yeah, that's what I knew. I was trying to figure out the variable since I changed everything. You said I should name the variable URL entry. Okay, keep it consistent, because we named URL entry as the model. Okay, so not that it really matters. That can be anything, but we require URL entries. So shouldn't the entire file be called URL entry now? Oh no, it can't be URL entries, right? But when you create a new one, you create a URL entry. New URL entry URL object. Whew. There we go. That was a bit. I'm just gonna drop all the databases real quick. Drop them all. The last time I did this, I want to see actually what happens. If you drop the last item in the database, does it wipe the whole database? Because the last time... Yeah, now I know what happened to my database. Now I know what happened to my database. Cool, well anyway, it shouldn't matter now, it should connect and create it if it doesn't exist. So let's go. Post URL. Oh, no, don't post URL. I didn't update the code. Did I update the code? I don't think I did. URL handler.js. Let's take that there. And URL entries. Let's take that there. I usually would name it URL entry.js. Oh, so now we're not doing camel case names? I'm so confused about naming conventions now, Christophers. Because I thought we camel case our file names in JavaScript, don't we? So we title case now? If it's a controller? I make mongoose models title case. Everyone I've seen does it, and some people do it lowercase. Do you see what I mean? It's so confusing, Christophers. And there's even hyphens. Is it easier to read, I guess? Even though it's Angular, I mean, still. Well, they're title case here, and the factories are interesting. What does it say about naming convention? Feature.type.js. Christophers, what is going on here? Why is there, for example, Avengers.controller, which I get, but if they're all controllers, why are there 3 of them? Oh, or is this the example? Probably too tight to understand now. Is that these are all the ways you can do it, and this is the preferred one in the middle, because it's my recommended paddle. I like the type though. So feature.type.js. But if it's in a oh yeah, I guess because if you lose the folders somehow. I still have to learn what directives are. Jeez. Roots. Modules. Constants. What? Do you have a file just for constants? Because I really want to get into properly like naming things, Christopher. Like that's a big thing for me. I just like things looking nice and I like consistency. And I want to stick to one thing. And the thing is, the moment you start having different things, like for example, Mongoose having things title case and then one is, you know what I mean? And it's just like things are inconsistent. This goes for a... This is a very lowercase approach, which is interesting. Because up until now I've been camel casing my JavaScript file names. So this when they say Avengers controller identifying Avengers controller. I assume this is a variable, right? Require. And this is what the variable would point to, right? So you would refer to Avengers controller. Or title case. So controllers are title case then, I assume. When writing it out as a variable, but lowercase file names. Wow! The confusion is real. But it makes sense. It would be neater then, wouldn't it? Because then you don't have to look at what is URL handler, because maybe you're not seeing it in the folder. Okay, so this has to be controllers URL. Wait, was there hyphens? I've already forgotten. Oh, it's dot. You dot everything. Dot everything. Interesting. Basically, you have to find your own style for this and be consistent. Yeah, exactly. And I like that style where you label the type. I do like it, but I guess I was going on the variable approach, and I just realized something now is that sensitivity matters. Case sensitivity. So it's actually better to be all lowercase. But then if I did URL handler like this, it's hard to read. You know what I mean? URL handler. And if I hyphen it, that might be like you use hyphens in CSS types. And the dot. See, the confusing part, the dot usually signifies an extension. So name dot extension. And now you get into a whole debate of, I don't know, what is it anymore? So it's a URL handler. Oh wait, what if there's multiple words? I didn't see how he does that, because that's just a one word, Avengers. Do people not have multiple words in their file names? Or is that where I'm supposed to fix it? He doesn't show any... Oh, Avenger hyphen profile. So you use hyphens then. Oh, they're constructors. That's why I use upper camel case for controllers. So if you had to help me name this, how would you name the file, Christopherus? URL hyphen handler. Obviously we need dot controller in there now. .js. But how would we name it? URL handler? URL? Dot controller? I guess. Wait, someone else had a good example on... I name our controller's camel case. I know, but now conventions! I just realized it doesn't make sense, because in the web, it's case sensitive, so when you're trying to access a resource, it's better to have everything lowercase. For the same reason our HTML files are lowercase and our like resource files are lowercase. So it actually makes sense if it's all lowercase. Especially if you're trying to type it out like on a console. But I'm trying to figure out the name. Sorry, I didn't mean the style, I mean a name for it now. I'm trying to see what other people do. Footer, director, footed. I want to see more, like config, connection. This is the one thing I've always struggled with, is naming things. I can write the code, and that's important to name things just as much as it is the code. URL handler dot controller. What if it was just url.controller.js? Is that too vague? Isn't it a controller for the URL? You know what I mean? Here's a question. If controllers interface with models, and I'm going with the format of name type.js, so like url.controller.js, shouldn't my model then be also url.model.js? Like, as in, should you name your controllers and the models the same? Obviously, just separate them by type. Can only tell you. Oh, so how do you name them if they do similar things? Like your controller and your model are similar. How do you name them? URL handler and URL entry? Huh. According to this, models are what should be concerned with the data, right? But in our model does nothing, whereas our controller does everything. Are we doing it the wrong way around? Should this be the model and this should be the controller? Because according to this, controllers are the glue between views and models. Most of their logic concerns event management. But then the models should purely be concerned with data. So this should be the controller and this should be the model. According to that, what do you think? Models should never access controllers or views. And this doesn't access a controller or a view. Should contain all data validation, yeah. I think it's the wrong way around. Do you agree with that? Nope. How so? Yeah, it's so confusing, Christopher. Model contains the mongoose schema and maps it to an object. And controller uses that model. Okay, but according to this, isn't it that models should be doing all the data stuff? Because according to this, models should purely be concerned with data, manipulating data and decorating data. And it should also contain all data validation, but we're doing data validation in a controller. And apparently controller should be keep controller skinny. That's what your model currently does. You can model.save.model.find, etc, etc. Yeah, I know that model, but our controller also does logic. And apparently the controller shouldn't be doing logic. Accepts input and converts it to commands for the model or view. Oh, so the controller does things to give it to the model. Oh, and in this case that is what's happening. We're taking user data and storing it in the model being the database, right? Okay, I think I get it. I just want to stick to one convention and use it for everything. That's why I'm struggling now. So I'll definitely add the type to the name. URL.controller. Oh, I'm not trying to optimize, I'm trying to get literally a convention so that I can keep using it for every project. And better to do it earlier than later. You know what I mean? Because I'm not trying to optimize it, but it does get confusing when I have like 3 files open and I'm like, okay, this one's URL this, but then what type of file is it? So if I see the type in the name, it will be easy to distinguish. And right now it's small before I add the other stuff. So now I only have to make 3 changes. Do you think it's too vague if it's url.controller.js for the URL container? Because it's the URL handler. But if I just call it URL, because I know which one you'll like, but it's either between url.controller.js or url handler.controller.js. Which one would you pick? I'm still learning when to split things, like when to create new models and when to create new controllers. But I think I got it. So what do we change here now? You told me to change these, I changed that. URL handler controller, require models, URL entries dot model.js. The first one. Now you pick the first one? But then it will end up being like this: url.controller.js and url.model.js. Whereas we could have more information: URL handler.js and URL entries.model.js. Based on that, which one do you prefer now? No, I know what you prefer. I mean, if you had to pick one of the two for you to like better understand from a naming point of view. Your folder is already named controller, so URL handler.js in a controller folder maybe? Yeah, I was also thinking it's probably like too much. AFK, cool. Hope you enjoy whatever you're gonna have to eat. I'll see you later. Hopefully I'll be done by then. But I have to make this decision, and after I've made the decision I won't have to change it again. I just gotta stick to it. The only issue is, yes, it's in the folder, but what if one day it wasn't in the folder? What if somehow it just... Oh, maybe these aren't in folders. Maybe that's why they named it like this. That's probably what they were doing here. They didn't put it in a folder. These are probably just files. That would make more sense. Now I have a choice between, do I have them in folders, controllers, and models, or do I not have them in a folder but name them so you can see what they are? It would be shorter if I don't have them in a name, actually. Why is this such a tough decision? Lowercase dash separated words. They removed the dash. You can't see the dashes. Which is option 2, this one. Oh yeah. Because for CSS though. Why is this one easier to read than that? Why double underscore? Hmm. Okay, I think I've got an. Oh, this is a mess. Okay, I think I'm going to take the time to try and figure this all out. And figure out which naming convention I want to use. Because these are things that I'm going to have to use in every project. And this is the first time I'm actually doing the MVC approach. And I want to get it right, so... yeah, I think I'm going to end things off for here. Then when I get back, I can continue. We'll have a clear naming convention, I'll know exactly what I need to do. And we can take it from there. yeah, I appreciate everyone coming out as always. I appreciate all the support. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye for now.